Hey there, folks. Welcome to the stream. Thanks for coming along. I see we've already got a little audience. I appreciate you showing up. I made this BRB screen, and I don't use it much because often I find it's more interesting to leave my stream on the latest work I've been doing. So if you just kind of want to like study the pixel art or voxel art and kind of wrap your head around it, I feel like that's more interesting than staring at text that says I'll be back. But before I even start a stream, and I'm like working on sending out notifications and setting up and stuff, I thought it made sense to go ahead and show that. We're learning. We're learning here. So today I'm working on some level design stuff. After spending a little bit of time playing my own levels, of course I made like 200 of them. And so it takes a while to get it, and it's all randomized, of course. So like, it takes a while to get a handle on how it feels when it plays. And there's been some successes, and there's been some failures. One of the bigger successes is that there's far fewer places that get locked off. Like sometimes you'll see on the Discord that people will. They'll post an image of the mines map they were given where it's just like a tiny quarter of the map is all that's accessible and the rest of the map is like behind some walls. So I've done some work to make it so levels are less likely to generate in a way that will create those blockages. But also there's like a lot of, because I made 5 variants of every level, as I was looking for inspiration and being creative, I was like, oh, I'll have one of them have a little, like, switch puzzle in it. And, 1 out of 5 in a room that won't spawn most of the time, that won't be a big deal. But because there's so many levels where 1 out of 5 of them has some, like, complicated gate arrangement, the result is that you run into these gate puzzles a little bit more than I think we'd like. And so I'm going to go back through and sort of like eliminate the most complicated ones. And another thing I'm seeing a lot of in the levels, and if you're in the Adventurers Guild, you may have played through some of these, is that the hallways have a pretty good chance to spawn a pit. And I say a pretty good chance, but there's 1 in 5 of the hallways will have a pit in it. And this just leads to more dead ends than I'd like. I think it's not fun. And so of the hallways, there's like 4 different hallway arrangements. I might leave a pit in one of them. But I think the others, I'll get rid of them, and maybe I'll just do something else, like make it a tile hallway where, there's flooring in there or something, because I'm not happy with the pits. I just don't think it's very fun. So I'm gonna go through. I'm really going to scan through all the levels because it's the best way for me to get a sense of, which of these am I running into that I don't like, that I don't think is working well. And then I'll just make a judgment call about which ones I think should be revised so that there's fewer of these like complicated levels. And especially being that this is the mines, this is the first tile set in the game. They should be simpler than our other tile sets, and it's just, I'm okay with the occasional, gate that you open a lever, you use a lever to open it, but like a complicated gate setup, I think is just not appropriate for this part of the game. So I'm going to be running through that. Thanks for coming to the stream. Hopefully it's fun to watch me do these little level design tweaks. One of the things that is going to be a little bit challenging for to watch is that this is a map, this is a level right here, and this chunk that says map in it gets replaced with this bit. So what I'm editing most of the time will be this bit, not the bigger map, and so it may be hard to understand the context of what I'm editing if you're just sort of passively paying attention. And all I can do about that is say, sorry, that's how it's set up. So I have to deal with like holding that image of the room in my head and understanding what that means in order to do this job. So and so naturally watching it means you kind of have to have a similar understanding of what's going on. So this first one I'm happy with. There's nothing weird. I'm gonna double check this door here. One of the things that Wall of Justice said is that he feels like there's a lot more locked doors. What I would guess actually is that there's probably just more doors than there used to be in the mines, and so as a result we're running into locked doors more often. So it may actually warrant rebalancing how a locked door gets selected. I think right now there's a 1 in 10 chance that any wood door anywhere will be locked, and we may need to adjust that chance. So like depending on how far you are in the game, the likelihood of a door being increased or the difficulty of unlocking it might be increased. So also we could just drop more lockpicks. Unbreakable Ink says, "What's up, Orpheus? Can you give me my automaton back?" No, I'm sorry, Cretin. You've just made a big mistake, and you're gonna have to live with the consequences. No, sorry you lost your run. I'm trying to remember the last time I got to the twins and then died. There's definitely a streak where I got to the last battle in the game and failed, and it was when I was doing Blessed Boots of Speed achievement run attempts. I can reliably get to the end of the game, reliably, maybe that's putting it strongly, but I didn't have too much trouble quickly getting a character to the end of the game by the 45-minute deadline. But doing so meant that my character was a lot weaker than they needed to be to do the fight. And so I lost like 4 or 5 characters trying to do that speed run. But I think that's the last time I really died against that boss. It's a hard boss, don't get me wrong. It's just usually, I'm such a patient gamer, that like, I'm pretty well grinded up. I think I did a fail one time too when, no, that was a Herx fight where I was playing a brewer and I stubbornly did not put on my my cloak of magic reflection because I wanted to wear my backpack, and so I ended up just getting killed by spells. Anyway, this game will get ya. Okay, so there's nothing weird about this door. Force unlocked, force locked. Okay, cancel. Alright, so we're just gonna grind through it. I'm gonna turn off my voice like I usually do until I have something interesting to talk about as I listen to something else with the other half of my brain. I hope you enjoy watching me do some level. What's up, Walla Justice? Good to see you. Ink just told this story about a woman, female veterinarian who took a husky in, but it turns out it was a wolf, who was just very confused. What's up, Waj? How's it going? What you up to? Oh, whoops. Thanks. Man, I straight up clicked it, but I missed. Um, so the it says your random question. Your parents are K-pop fans. Is anyone in my family a fan? And my answer is no, not really. The closest we've gotten to being fans of K-pop is we listened to Baby Metal and Lady Baby when they did a big thing like 5 years ago. And I definitely found the combination of metal and K-pop to be an amusing novelty, and it was enjoyable. But I don't go out of my way for K-pop. No hate or anything. It's not really something I go out of my way for. Yeah, check out Baby Metal and Lady Baby. Lady Baby is like this big Nordic bearded man that then dresses like a Japanese or Korean schoolgirl, and then sings like gruff metal with like he does gruff metal vocals on top of their like their girl band cheesy singing style. You know what I mean? BTS. I mean, I had never heard of BTS until I saw that there was like a BTS Happy Meal or something at McDonald's, and I still have never heard a BTS song, so I'm totally ignorant to the whole phenomenon. I think it's cool that you think of how Barony content would fit in with other games. That's pretty cool. If you ever decide to make a mod for another game that has Barony stuff in it, let us know. I think you might have done that with some game already, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, go nuts on it, Ink. Yo, Wall of Justice. It's not cool to say extremely true stuff like that. Hold on. I have a meme. There it is. There. There's your... That's my response to your claim about K-pop being chiptunes. So controversial, yet so brave. So, some of my favorite MIDI songs. You know, chiptune, MIDI. I know there's a difference, but in DOS days, like while the NES and SNES, I don't know, you could say the SNES was doing MIDI, and people regard that as chiptune to some degree. Well, maybe we need to look up the definition of chiptune because I'm about to dive into this subject. Chiptune definition, known as chip music or 8-bit music, a style of synthesized electronic music using a programmable sound generator. Such as in vintage arcade machines, computers, and video game consoles. Early 80s. Okay. So my favorite old school video game music, I suppose, is not chiptune. I do like chiptune. Like, I think that Shovel Knight's soundtrack is awesome. But when I think of the games that I was playing in 1993 and stuff, I was playing PC, dungeon crawler RPGs that had MIDI. It wasn't chiptunes at that point. It still was chiptunes on a lot of the game consoles, but I mean, I made the Daggerfall mod for Barony as kind of like a callback to that era of PC game music. So let me bust out one of those songs. Okay. I'm going to play this song. I'm going to turn on my desktop audio so you can hear this arena. Yeah, so, I mean, fun fact, Inc. In the original Daggerfall file structure, the game folder is called Arena 2, and there are quite a few assets from Arena in Daggerfall. So, while some of that is just me filling in the blanks, because Daggerfall didn't have enough music or the right kind of music for what I thought would fit in Barony. Some of those were in the audio files and just were not used or were rarely used. Garvikin says, "Yeah, rock is real music." That's funny. Okay, so here we're gonna turn on desktop audio, and I'm gonna play this winter song from Arena that still gives me nostalgia. Actually, I wouldn't be surprised if I used this in the Crystal Caverns or something in my mod. Hopefully I don't get copyright claimed by Bethesda for this. Okay, that kind of repeats. But this just makes me want to look up, like, the, maybe, Jeremy Sewell surely doesn't want his music used. Huh. Interesting. Well, yeah, the older... actually, so Garvikin, the first time I ever beat Arena... sorry, not Arena, but Daggerfall, was using Daggerfall Unity. And if I didn't beat it the real way, that's fine, because I used a very simple ini tweak to make it so that the dungeons for procedurally generated quests would be like 1/10 the size that they normally are, because you'd get a quest to go, and I'm sure you know this, Garvikin, to go find a werebore in a dungeon, and you'd be adventuring for like 14 hours trying to find your way in this massive, ridiculous maze, and you'd be fighting liches and vampires and drowning underwater, and then there's some secret door where if you click on an unmarked wall, it opens up and there's just a werebore standing inside. And you'd go back and they'd give you your little reputation point and your 194 gold, and then you'd offload all of like the ebony gear that you found while you're doing that, and that you'd get like 11,000 gold from all that. But the actual quest itself is only worth like 200 gold or something. It was a really, I don't know. It wasn't. Let's just say it wasn't very well tested, because I think any person who played through their random quest system would know how like ridiculous it was, like, and how nobody could. I can't imagine tolerating a randomly generated quest where you know it takes 20 hours of game time backtracking through a dungeon that looks like every dungeon you've ever been through. It was just so tedious. So in the in one of the Daggerfall Unity INI files, you can just change the size of the randomly generated dungeons, and so all of the main quest dungeons remain as big and maze-like as they are, and so you still get that real Daggerfall experience of going through those massive dungeons, which is important, I think, to the game. But the random quests are actually like doable. Like, you could be like, I'll go hit up a random quest before I go to bed, and you could have fun doing that. And thanks to Daggerfall Unity's settings that were available. So that's how I played Daggerfall and finished it finally. I played it for hours and hours and hours as a kid, and every single time I started that game over, it's because I got lost in a random quest dungeon and couldn't find my way out, and it would just make me sick of playing it. Like, I never wanted to play the game again, because of that stuff. I just got a really dumb idea. Yeah, Garvikin knows what I'm talking about. What's the dumb idea, Inc? I need to know. I'm desperate. Oh, this is from Lands of Lore, The Throne of Chaos, which is a game that has inspired a lot of my my retro art style. So this is a screenshot from the game. This is great. A MIDI vibrato was a mistake. I couldn't disagree more. Let's look up one of the, I think the most metal MIDI song that I ran upon myself before like the internet told me what a metal MIDI song sounded like was from the Dungeons tile set of is this right? Okay, yeah, here it is. It starts off real slow, but it gets pretty metally in my opinion. Okay, I still love the bass line. It sounds a little different than I remembered, of course. I don't think this is K-pop though. I suppose is my what I'm alleging. You know, I've never actually run into this level in-game yet. So I don't know how bad it feels. You know, like, say what you want about some of the new levels I put in, but like, I really just can't know how they feel until I play them. That's just how I feel about it. And, so that's one of the reasons why I play test a lot, is I really want to know what it's going to play like. I really want to know. Okay, well, let's assume this one's fine for now. It's supposed to feel a little puzzlier than the rest. Alright.
Music is really important to me.
Hey! Stop it. Okay, this actually looks like a good video. I'll go ahead and save that to my watch later list. Put a player start on the map. Try it. Oh, you mean like go through the process of putting a player start in it and then changing the levels file so that it loads into that map first? But it's a level chunk, Wall. And so it's not going to exist without the context of the rest of the map. check the wiring or whatever. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I can make sure the wiring's not broken. But like, yeah. I mean, like, it. I'm fine to. Definitely, it's good to test to make sure it actually functions. But I'm actually just. I'm less worried about it being technically correct and more concerned about, how it feels to play it. And I'm not going to get that with just like spawning in the room and then making sure without the rest of the room being in place. I think. I think this one's fine. It's a little complicated, and that the side door's closed and the front door's open, but like, I think that's fine. It's just a single lever. Alright. I'm done playing for you nostalgic MIDI tunes. I'm gonna go back to stream beats. So Wall said that the previous song's bass line reminds him of a 90s dance song. And I find that more believable than I would like to think, because I remember going to a website in the early 90s and it was playing a MIDI and I was like, oh, this is kind of like dark and funky. I'm into this. And then the longer I listened, the more I realized it was Backstreet's Back by the Backstreet Boys. So just like a boy band pop hit. And I was like, oh, this song isn't cool. What's up, Commandos? Good to see you. Vroop. Good to see you. But yeah. Like, Backstreet's Back starts with, like a mean bass line. It's like, bow, bow, down, go, 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 go. Alright! The alright kicks in, and then you know it's Backstreet Boys. Oh, you do? Good, congrats, Ink. Yeah, that cave song. Nice. This is another one that I don't think I've seen in the game. I like the idea of this room. So if you go to 13, what is this room originally? This is the room where it's sort of circular. You go around to the left side once you enter, pull the lever, and then all the way on the other side of the map, you've got to come around and it's unlocked a room with a treasure chest in it. That's the standard version. So, this version just connects to that wire, and it's still a C-shaped room, but it's got a pit in the middle now. And there's all this furniture just stacked on this like platform, like a storage area or something. And so you pull a lever and a boulder trap falls down and destroys all of the furniture so you can get to this treasure chest. Actually, what the hell's this table doing here? I must have left that there on accident. I don't like that table there. Here, I'll put it right there. But yeah, this is one that I can't test because the lever is actually in the host room, and then the level chunk decides what the electricity does, or what the wire does, the power from the wire does. So the only way I can test this one is to have it generate in-game. Rhythm is a dancer? No way. Played Red Dead 2 this year. The music is great. Red Dead 2 is just a great game. That's one I need to get back to. Smash everything with Firebolt! You could do that, Rexy. Good to see you again. Man, I want to play Rhythm is a Dancer on stream, but I'm 100% sure that I would get copyright claimed for that one. All right, now I'm gonna mute. Well, it's already muted, so I'm gonna everyone all together now. Let's go look up Rhythm is a Dancer. Dude, early 90s dance. I'm not gonna lie, I have a soft spot for it. I like it. It was kind of the beginnings of electronic music, and I still love it. I'm not quite Night at the Roxbury, but... Oh, it wasn't the song, but it met the vibe. Okay. Rhythm is a dancer. Yeah, the repetitive... I even just in the first 2 seconds, I can understand what you mean, because it's like... The bass is just hitting. It's like ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. And with the dungeon song from Lands of Lore... So like really rapid, like on every what's it called? It's not every beat. It's listen, I'm not a musicologist. Yeah. All right. Oh, a cantrip. Like, honestly, I think there's some potential for cantrips to make sense in this game. Like, you get a new cantrip at every level or something. Not every level, but like 20, 40, 60, 80. And then, because all we have right now is 100. And maybe you'd have to learn the cantrip from a book, and it would cost something until... But, like, it would have to be really low impact stuff because... of your ability to just spam, spam, spam in an action game. It's a little bit different in like a turn-based game like D&D where you know, if you spend your action on a cantrip spell, it's like, you know, well, now you can't cast Fireball that turn because you already cast something. But in Barony, it's like as long as you can kite, you can cast the spell indefinitely. And so cantrip Force Bolt is really powerful. One of the new ideas I've had for a spell in DLC 3 or for DLC 3 is the idea of just like I called it Fire Sprite, and so it'd be like Fireball except for it would move slower, and it might just look like a torch flame just like moving out slowly from you, and if it touches an enemy, it catches them on fire. Like does no damage, but catches them on fire, and then the fire does damage. And so it's much weaker than any other fire spell in the game. It's still fairly powerful because fire damage does something. You know, DOTs versus enemies, I would say, are less powerful than DOTs versus the player. So I could see something like that fitting in, and maybe that could be a cantrip cost spell. I'm not sure. Yeah, you like that idea, Rexy? Thank you. Bro, did you just waste your turn for that? Yeah. there's there's 30 orcs. We need a fireball, and you're just like, cantrip, just casting cantrips. Speaking of cantrips, I've been playing a low fire mana bolt. Yeah. Yeah, maybe we could get around that too with like cast times, like making the cast time of cantrip spells like a lot longer, so that it's like it's costly to do them. It's costly with your time. That would be cool. Oh my gosh, look at all these levers. This room is way too complicated. All right, so we have the original wire. When you pull it, it opens this door and closes this one. Why does it close this one? Because you can go through this door. I see. I think this is one I actually haven't gotten a chance to play in game yet, because this looks complicated, but what's happening is that you can come in the top side of the room or the right side of the room and just go through this nice little living quarters with no obstacles. But you can't get through to the other side. And so then you pull the lever, it closes this doorway. Yeah, this is too much. This is definitely too much. So I'm just gonna have to figure out what I want to do with it. This part is non-negotiable. I need the wire to come up from the top. In Skyrim, you can basically get your weak spells like Flame, Frostbite, Healing, all novice concentration spells eventually cost nothing. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if you think about it, even light doesn't really cost anything in Barony. Like, the initial cast costs a mana point or whatever, and so if you spam the heck out of it, it'll eventually cost you. But all it really does is nerf your regeneration a little bit, because it costs a little bit to maintain it. And so spells that, like, you know, you have to keep casting, or you can hold down the key or something, that are weak, I think wouldn't be too hard to balance. Okay, I'm getting rid of this relationship. There's no reason why this needs to be off limits when you pull this lever. That's just silly. At a certain skill level, you're using range attacks without losing durability. Yeah. Do I want this gate to close when I open this? I don't think that's necessary. Does this lever have any value at all? Okay, I have a different way to deal with this. Let's make this a normal gate. This a normal gate. The lever will open up both of those doors. So in order to get to the sink, you have to pull the lever, because the sink is very important, right? Sinks are critical. We'll put a normal door here, and a normal door here. Get rid of this lever. Maybe we'll put the sink in this room and a chest in this gated room. Oops. Let's move this. I think that's a good place to put this. What was the cave song? I'm still on the research. Here, I can link you to it. You're talking about Lands of Lore, right? Because you want to find that baseline? Yeah. Alright. We're going to find Lands of Lore Dungeon OST. And dungeon might sound generic, but it's not. The dungeon in Lands of Lore is specifically the dungeon that is below the castle where the final boss is. So we're talking a legitimate, like, the definition of the word dungeon, the place under the castle where they keep prisoners. The dungeon, that's right. So there are many dungeons in the game, in the fantasy gaming sense. Like, the first big dungeon you go into is called the Droricles Caves, and that very memorable. Droricle is a silly portmanteau that's short for the Dragon Oracle. You go seeking out this weird creature who is known to be able to, know the magical secrets of the universe. But he's this hermit that he lives at the bottom of this cave. And so you got to go and you bring him an offering and he tells you how to cure the king. What a great game. I'm going to stop talking about it because I would just tell you the entire plot. I love it. Rhythm of the Night. Rhythm is a dancer. What are some other rhythm songs? Songs named Rhythm. Rhythm is a dancer. Maybe. After like 2001, no one talks about DJs anymore. Every song used to love them. DJ do this. DJ be my friend. DJ hit the beat. That's really funny. Rhythm of the Night. That's what we want. This is the rhythm of the night. The night. Oh yeah. This is the rhythm of my life. Frankly, Watch, I don't hear it in that song, but that's okay. I think a driving bass line like that is a fair enough relationship to 90s dance music that it warrants the reference. If you think there's a song out there that's exactly it, then I want to know it. I want to hear it. I don't think it's Rhythm of the Night, though. I did play this this room for the first time a couple nights ago. This one's not so bad. The whole thing is open. You just wander in. There's a lever. If you flip it, it gives you a faster way out, or a way out without having to backtrack past this chest. So I think this one is fine, even though it looks a little complicated. It's not. It's easy. Ink, I'm putting you on blast for this video you made. Because I do find it funny. Ready? Is this something I said on stream, or is this something that you did with your own voice? Because I don't know. Either way, here it is. Oh wait, I need to turn on my desktop volume. Hold on a sec. Hold on a second. Okay, here it comes.
We've been trying to reach you about your car's extended warranty, cretin.
Thank you for that. Perfect. I enjoyed it. The memes. The memes. Rexy, to answer your question, most of these rooms that you're looking at as I go through them today are already available on our private Adventurers Guild build, and they're being tested out right now by players for the first time. I've tested them quite a bit myself. The only feedback I've really gotten is from Wall of Justice, who described having a bit of a mazy experience, and he confirmed some of the things that I've been feeling is that some of the levels just feel a little bit too complicated right now because of the amount of gates and levers there are. They spawn a little bit more frequently than I thought they would, but also, or than I anticipated, than I was able to calculate inside my head. And just in general, it tends to make the mines feel a little bit more complicated than they need to be for the first tile set. But it's about 200 different level variants that I've added. And so I'm just going back through them and doing the first revision and trying to make them feel a little bit less convoluted. Well, it's, you know, I know what my voice, I know what my voice sounds like when I'm trying to sound like Orpheus and then I do the editing. And so if you found some clip of me pretending to be Orpheus on stream, I have no idea what that's going to sound like if you do the editing. So, but also, yeah, I mean, your impression is pretty good, man. So, you should feel positive about that. Okay, we have another case of a room here. We have another case of a room here where the lever sits outside of the map chunk area. So the lever remains consistent while the level does not, and that's intentional. So we'll have to go through and see if this feels too complicated in any of these variants. So the premise of this room chunk is that if you can go left if you don't pull the lever, you can go right if you do pull the lever. This is kind of important because this room can have split paths because of the way it's set up, where you might enter on the west side of this room and not have access to the lever if this top door right here is closed. So the question is really, this isn't really complicated. It's more like there's a path choice, and then down here there's all this stuff. It's the same. I've actually replicated the exact same experience down here if you come into this room from the south side, where you can go right or left and the lever decides which is which. I think I'm gonna go ahead and leave this one in. I've been getting rid of most of these kinds of things in the maps that I've made, but I'm gonna leave this one in because I do think one-way gates are interesting, where if you're being chased by a monster and you pull the lever, it opens the door in front of you and closes the one behind you. And I think that that has the potential to create really exciting moments for the player where they're like, I'm just trying to run away from Algernon and his band of rats. Or I'm trying to run away from Funny Bones and I'm going too slow. And then you can pull the lever and have like, and buy yourself a few extra moments. So I think I'm gonna leave this one in. Because I think, because you can see both gates that are opening and closing, I don't think it's too complicated. Again, I'm going to leave this one as it is. This one is, if you don't touch any lever, then all that this room is a room with some open gates in it. And if you decide to pull a lever, then the side access to this bridge closes, and that's it. So I think I'm going to leave this one as is. Again, this one's very simple. You pull the lever to get access to this little fountain shrine, and if you don't pull the lever, then you can't get to it. Really straightforward. You can walk around it if you don't pull the lever. So there's nothing crazy going on here. So this one I just got rid of a gate that closed if you wanted to go out this right direction. Because the lever is through a door, it seems like unnecessary complexity, so I'm getting rid of that. I actually really like this one. This is one of the most successful new level pieces that I've added, I think. So all it is a skeleton that's been outfitted with a bow and swift arrows. And he's out here just like on a bridge in the middle of a pit. And so this room can, because it's in a pit and this door is closed, this skeleton will always be on this bridge looking for somebody to shoot. And there's no easy way for you to get to him. So you have to find a way to sneak up this side, go through this side path, open the lever, and then you can kill the skeleton. And one of the coolest things about this, in my opinion, is that, he has this bow, but its status, its blessing status, and its condition is random. And so, who knows if it's going to be a good bow, but it's a reliable bow. And it's always fun to, to see an enemy, be like, oh, that enemy has a weapon I want, and then to go on a mission and go kill him and then get that. And it's not like an overpowered weapon, it's just a short bow. But he's got swift arrows too, so it's just something for like our rogues and our hunter or arcanist to, to have a mines enemy that shows up and you can be excited to see him. And also it presents like a stealth challenge or a ranged combat task, so I like this room a lot. I liked it every time it's popped up. This one is fun. You have to levitate to get, or dig to get over to these items. That one's no problem. This room is so big, I almost never see it pop up. And it's unfortunate because I'd like to see how more of these turned out. But you may remember going through a room that spirals around, and then it spirals around the other direction, and you just pop out the other side. So that's this one. I've replaced the center spiral with this dynamic mech jump thing, and then here's the spiral. That's the normal level. And now this version has you entering from different spots, and there's a human prisoner, so you can either recruit or kill him. Wait a sec, I put levers in here with no... I put levers in here with no wires. That's not something I should have done. Well, obviously I've never run into this one. I would have fixed it. This is bad. Yeah, that's fine. How many fixed humans are in the rooms now? I couldn't tell you, Wall. I mean, it's definitely more than there was before. Previously, we had a good squad of 5 in like 2 levels. Yeah, I mean, in the sort of prison bit before, there was 1 human in there. So one of my new prison areas has, I guess 2 of them have 2 humans instead of the 1. This one had a prisoner. Yeah, I mean, there's, and in I think the ones that impact the greatest are the, what used to be the spider trap rooms are now prisons that may or may not contain humans in them. So that's probably the majority of where you're getting squads like that. I could go through those and make sure that, you know, I think there's one that has 2 humans in it. I could cut that down to 1. But because those rooms are so small, they spawn very frequently. And, so that's probably where most of them are coming from. And then a boulder in a new room killed 3 of them. Easy come, easy go. That's pretty funny. Yeah. Just goes to show, I guess. Okay, this is a new one. I think I've gotten to check one of these permutations. But I set up a pressure plate rock throwing puzzle. This is sort of a callback to like Lands of Lore or Dungeon Master, where you'd look across the pit and you'd see a button on the wall, or you'd see a pressure plate on the floor, and if you threw a rock and it landed on that, then it would open the door. And so I've got 2 variants of this in this room, where, you know, one of them leads to a treasure chest and the opposite one leads to a fountain. But I like the puzzle. What is the sign that I put here? A chest afar, secrets unknown, learn ye its contents with an object thrown. That's poetry, baby. Dude, I love poem puzzles and dungeons. There's something so nostalgic to me about it. You'd find stuff like that all the time in Dungeon Master, and I love it a lot. I think it's great. O font afar, waters unspent, seek ye its blessings with flying object sent. I wrote these long enough ago that I didn't remember what they said, so I'm just entertaining myself at this point. Well, and it spawns rarely enough that it leaves me feeling confident that it won't seem too repetitive if you see it a couple times. So the last time I ran into this variant of the prison, I was pretty happy with how it turned out, because I was playing in Incubus, and so there's a skeleton that spawned here, and then this human spawned with a bow and silver arrows, and so I opened the door, and I let the human start fighting the skeleton, because he had silver arrows, he's going to take him out. But then once he took out the skeleton, then I had to deal with him. And I just thought that was a good time. I enjoyed myself. That's a good theory. So I'm gonna go ahead and skip the rest of these these variants, because this is the 3 platform. I think that's called docks. What does it say here? wood docks is what Sheridan called it when he first made it. So when I made all these variants, like you know, that's the theme of them, is that these like 3 loading platforms. And I made a few variants where you can, you know, there's a gate that's closed in the front and back, but you can maybe I won't skip through these because while you asked me specifically about locked doors, so this is like the only time that I put a locked door into one of these new mines levels. Is it's on these loading docks. You can access them from either side, and there's lights inside, and you can see through these gates that there's gold and an item in there. And so you have to open these locked doors in order to get to the item that you can see through these locked gates, or these closed gates. So this is the only case where I've deliberately locked a door, because the purpose is to suggest that these items in here are, you know, valuables that are being kept safe in this little storage room. So that's what's going on here. Can liches make puns when they're joking around and not taking it seriously? I think as villains, we have not gone through much effort to humanize them as people who have senses of humor, except when they are exposing how villainous they are. Like when, you know, they send the Minotaur after you, and Eurydice says, "Is it necessary, brother?" And he responds, "No, sister, but I do like the show." It just shows that he doesn't care about your life, and he definitely doesn't care about the Minotaur's life. And Eurydice is trying to be pragmatic, and Orpheus is like, "I want to see some stuff get blown up." So that's kind of like the closest thing I can recall where the liches show some sense of humor. I guess Herx is laughing like crazy all the time, so maybe there's humor in that. I mean, I'd love it if they made puns, but it's currently not in their canon persona, so to speak. Wanting to see something blow up. Yeah, that would be fitting for Orpheus. I watch too many 90s videos now. My eyes are in 360p. That's really funny. IDK, Lands of Lore hitting different now. Dude, Ink. Lands of Lore, in my opinion, is the is probably the best first-person party-based dungeon crawler with real-time combat and a party. And it's from like 1994 or something. It's got full voice acting. Patrick Stewart plays the role of King Richard. King Richard? Is that his name? I think it is. Just a weird, interesting world. Really, really, really cool. The first game, Lands of Lore, The Throne of Chaos, is the only one I really care about. The second and third, I beat the third, saw and played a tiny bit of the second. Those games are a lot cheesier. They're in 3D engines that are kind of like the Duke Nukem 3D engine, like their the build engine. You know, there's like, they're technically 3D, but they're using a lot of pre-rendered sprites, and it looks really corny compared to the original Lands of Lore game, which is all done with like really well-loved pixel art assets where there's warmth and life and like in every single character and tree in the game. Just really charming game. I would recommend it if you can tolerate a grid-based first-person dungeon crawler from the early 90s. But the MIDI music is just cool. When you say it's hitting different, Wall of Justice, are you saying that it doesn't remind you of 90s dance anymore? Or are you saying that it's growing on you? I'm curious. Thought you said Patrick Warburton. Can't do Richards, Swanson, or Kronk. That's really funny. Less crop tops, though. Wait, never mind. I found a clip of the warrior women. Yes, the Amazons. There's a whole dungeon dedicated to this tower that's guarded by Amazon warriors. Oh, that's really funny. Oh, that reminds me of the song from that tower, though. Again, it's like this scary, it's a spooky murder song from the top of the ivory tower, where there's ghosts that are haunting it. I should ask them about the rhythm. Yeah, you probably should. Lands of Lore, Ivory Tower, level 2 OST. Okay, I'm gonna play this spooky song for you. Hold on a second. I gotta ask you a question, Wall. This issue with mine level chunks with doors in them not burrowing out the thing next to them, is that something you anticipate fixing or not? Because if it's not going to be fixed, I'm going to go ahead and get rid of the doors in these hallways because they're really the only cause of that problem. There might be a few edge cases here and there, but these are the ones that we see most often. I would just get rid of the doors in most cases. Excuse me. How many rooms you're talking? It's probably just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, maybe up to 10 different hallway variants that have a door leading perpendicular outward right from the edge of the hallway. While he takes a look at that, I'm going to go ahead and take a break. A real quick restroom break. I hope you've been enjoying this White Tower 2 soundtrack from Lands of Lore. Really great stuff. So what made this so spooky back in the day is that you would go into, you'd kill all these Amazons and then head upstairs and the only time in the entire game this ever happens, there's ghosts. There's a wraith type of ghost, and then there's another type of ghost. And one of them casts a spell that causes an ethereal snake to come up and bite you, and it just gets in your face. And they can walk through the walls. And so you're just not safe anywhere. And before you fight all these ghosts, this ghost of a dead pirate or something is up there, and he's rattling his lantern and chains, and he's like, "Go back, only death awaits you here." And then this music kicks in, and you're getting attacked by wraiths, and you're like, "Oh, what's happening?" That's that memory. This part of the game is really tied to my gaming memory as a kid. Pretty cool stuff. So Ink says, what was your reaction to hearing Worm's voices of the liches, like in like my own voices? I just thought it was cool. I was because I had done some Worms modding myself before. I was kind of more curious what lines you were gonna use from the game in Worms, like which ones you could find that fit the bill, and I thought you did a good job picking them out. It was fun. So I didn't have any other strong reaction. I was curious, and it was fun to listen to. Yeah, no problem. Well, I will just, assuming you're finding a map seed to see how hard it would be to cause chunks, what are we calling them, variants, to allow them to have the same impact on the map as normal doors do. So, rather than waiting around, I suppose I'll move on to the other levels. So, this is 26. Found one with a door into a wall. That's what we're trying to fix. Yeah, so I either need to fix that by making sure there's never a door on the edge of a map variant area, or they need to burrow through the map as expected, as all doors do. Is that clear? Okay, cool. Yeah, that's a good one, Ink. That's a good one. Okay, I'm just going to write 26 in the chat as a reminder to myself that this is where the problem starts. Oops, I accidentally wrote that 7. I don't want this 7 in there. Oh well. That 7's in the chat now. Nothing we can do about it. You wish the Gyrobot was the one that won the plush vote? Well, something that we've told our community before is just because y'all vote for something doesn't mean we're listening. We're listening, but it doesn't mean we're obeying. A poll is a useful tool for us to understand what resonates with the community the most. But this is not a democracy. Turning Wheel LLC is in charge of what goes into this game and what's sort of like how we want to brand our products and all that. So, you know, I'm not. It's what the stuffy is gonna be right now is it's still in process. We're still figuring it out with Makeship, and so I can't say for sure yet what the stuffy's gonna be precisely, but I just want it to be clear that this was not a vote to determine what it will be. It is a poll to find out what resonates with you guys. So hopefully that clarifies some things. Like, for example, you know, we had the race poll. Like, what races would you want to play in Barony? And like, some of those things are all over the place. Like, you know, some kind of dragon character was, I believe, #1. And I regret it maybe because I used the term dragonkin, which may have invoked the furry community to support it. I didn't realize at the time that animal name plus kin is basically like a furry dog whistle. No pun intended. Alright, I've amused myself too much. I'm gonna go ahead and move on. Yeah, thanks, Wall. Yes, thank you. Thank you for that ink. Oh my gosh. Yeah. If you're gonna look for the things that I want to make sure I'm like culturally correct on, like furries is pretty low on the list. You know, everyone's entitled to their hobbies. God bless the furries. I hope they can make a great life for themselves. That's about all I have to contribute on that topic. All right, I'm getting rid of this lever. This is a bad lever. Nothing fun happens. Let's go ahead and do this, and then just put a light down here. A lot of these rooms I don't put torches in, because I like it when the game is dark. I don't want it to be dark all the time, but I like it when there's a light source that you're relying on rather than being like at full bright all the time. So I'm pretty careful with how I place light sources. Oh, this is actually one of my favorite rooms that spawns. I like how often both sides of this room are not accessible, and you have to go around to find the accessible portion. So of the pits that can appear in hallways, this is the one that I kind of wanted to keep because it's actually a pit in place of a wall. So if you come through this hallway on the left side, you can still get through it from a door on the right. The other ones are just block. They turn a hallway into a not hallway, and those are the ones I want to get rid of. Those are the same ones with the door problems that Wall is looking into right now. So yeah, here you can see the parent map. This is just a little S-shaped hallway, and sometimes there might be a pit in the corner, which is cool because it means if there's a monster inside the hallway, you can shoot them, or if you're in the hallway and there's an enemy on the outside of the hallway over the pit, you can shoot them. That's good. That's good level design gameplay in my opinion. So it's just the hallways, the thinner hallways that Wall's looking into right now. Those ones have pits in them. I'm gonna get rid of, but I'll revisit those once Wall gives me a verdict on how easy that problem is going to be to correct on the code end. This is a really fun boulder puzzle room, in my opinion. It's not too hard. It's one of the few I've gotten to really test, and I think like my first test vote went really well. It just needed the door needed to stay open for just a little bit longer, and it would have been perfect. So I gave it 2 more seconds. Oh, this is the other one where there's a locked door in it. So I took one of these, like, dungeon challenge rooms, and I made it, you know, really small. So it's not really a challenge room anymore. It's more of just, like, a little, you know, a little fort area. And then outside the fort, there's a house with a locked door that has a treasure chest inside. So, and a pump on the, in the yard. So, this one's totally deliberate. So this one's really good. It has tested well, in my opinion. The only problem with it is that the boulder traps are really fast. So even with a relatively unburdened character, I have died every time I've encountered this room. I'm sure with a very fast character it would have been fine, but it's this is the mines. This doesn't need to be rocket science, so I'm gonna modify this. Okay, I think what I have here is a broken room that I must have never had the opportunity to test yet. It's got a gate here with no way to open it. I think I'll just hide a lever behind this fountain so that you can open it. One of the reasons why I put this gate here, it may seem like a pointless gate, but the reason this gate is here is so that these two monsters, if one of them is a troll and the other one's a spider or a skeleton or something, they'll find each other in here and kill each other. And I don't want that, so I put a gate here to correct that issue. Let's make sure no treasure spawns on this table because it's already got gold on it. Command Ops with the invitation to hang out on the Discord chat, voice chat. I won't be there, but good luck. Alright, I reduced this prison room so that it only has one instead of two in it. Alright, that does it. I've gone through all the new mines levels except for 26 and 27 and their variants because they contain doors that we want to look into if I'm going to fix them in the level or if Wall's going to fix them in code. Real quick, I'm going to back up the work I've done. Properties. Properties. Browse local. I know sometimes I have a monitor. Here, maybe I'll just grab my camera and show you. So this is my screen setup. There's the editor right there. And then up here, this is where I have my file browsing and music list. And over here is OBS. And over here is, you know, Twitch chat and, you know, videos and stuff. Like I'm listening to a true crime YouTube show right now on the other screen over here. And so I noticed when I'm on stream and I look up like this and I'm like reading a message or browsing through files that I kind of look like an old man, like looking down my bifocals down my nose so that I can see what's on the screen. But I'm not really an old man. I can see just fine. It's just that I have a monitor way up there, so I look up at it. Okay, so far today, we have adjusted 32 mines maps, which ain't bad. Definitely worth correcting that quantity of maps. I'm gonna add these to a zip for, and then send it to our work chat place so that it can be put into the next build. And I'll update that with the level 26 level. It's endearing, you cutie pie. Well, thank you, Wall. Thank you. I feel cute today. So cute. I'm wearing my The Flash shirt, you know? So that's pretty cute. Okay, so without modifying those hallways, I will just do a little playtesting right now. Why not? YOLO. I'm gonna sneeze first, though. It's time to sneeze again. Pro Wrestling Inc. Oh, goodness. Yeah, I mean, I think pro wrestling is cool. It's just something I never got into. Honestly, when I was a kid, I didn't think it was cool at all. I was like, it's fake. Stop pretending it's real. You're stupid. Now, you know, I've seen enough documentaries about the athletes and how they do it that, you know, I definitely respect the art form. They might be bad actors, in my opinion, but they're doing acting plus being pretty extreme athletes at the same time. And so even though I don't find wrestling terribly entertaining, I still really respect the people who do it to the highest degree, because that's putting your body through a lot. That's like it's like UFC levels of abuse to your body, but just like so you can tell a lolly jolly story about a grudge match between a pretend undead man and a guy who pretends to be super duper rich with a cowboy hat on, you know? And those are your wrestling personalities. I feel like that's a fair summary, don't you? Perfecto Plexo says, "It's real to me!" I forget what that's. I remember that quote. Shane McMahon. I was thinking like Randy Savage or something. I don't even really understand his theme at all. Like he has sunglasses and a cowboy hat, and he talks with a voice like this because that's how they all talk. And he's got like pink lip, like tiger print tights on. Like I don't understand the whole thing. I really don't understand it. Macho Man Randy Savage. That's our man. As a rival to Hulk Hogan. Yeah, he had to be the heel in comparison to Hulk Hogan. I'm gonna get you, brother. Yeah, stinking Hulk. What a nerd. I only mean that in the kindest possible way. All right. Yo, let's go. Let's play Let's do some playtesting. Oh, hold on. I need to do one last thing. I'm gonna load my latest map changes into my mods file that contains all of the content updates I've been doing for the game as a sort of source of truth for all of the latest content as far as I'm concerned. That way, if there's ever a mismatch down the road, I can always send that off again to the boys, whether they be in Seattle or Australia. Right. Slavic wrestlers like Vladimir Kozlov, the Moscow Mauler. That's awesome. Even though he's Ukrainian. Oh no. Oh man. Fair enough though. Like you'll find people in the U.S. You know, somebody's like from Alabama or something, and they'll call him the Texas Tickler or whatever, just because he's got a thick Southern accent. Hey, he's from Texas. It's Texas. It counts. It's the same thing. All right. Let's go. Let's do this. I'm going to turn on my desktop audio because now we're going to play some Stinkin' Barony is what we're going to do. I might turn on center aligned messages because I really prefer them. We're going to play on gamepad today. Blep. What's the blep for, my friend? Are we getting blepped? So I'm going to play on the gamepad today. I know a couple of you tuning in have never, you know, haven't really been keeping up to date and studying what we've been doing with our latest changes. Gamepad. Mwam. That's a Yoshi sound effect. I'd recognize that anywhere. All right. So let's randomize. A skeleton cleric? Why not? Named Socks? If anyone needs socks, it's a skeleton. I'm ready. Y'all ready for this? Yeah. Hey, and I have no hunger, so I can take all the time I want. Let's do align tab top. Okay. What's the other one? Center. I forget the center align. Let's it said align messages top was on, but it's clearly not. Top messages, thank you. There we go. Oh, and my XP bar is in the way, but that's okay. What did I do? I already did it. It's, yeah, align messages center is what it is. One of the things I noticed, this may be something Sheridan already knows, but the log customizations menu does not work. Or at least it didn't in the last build. So I was turning off... I was trying to turn on appraisal messages so that I could see them while I was adventuring, and they weren't working. Inspections, interactions. Like pull the lever. I think I'll turn that off. But I don't think this works right now. I need level ups on. Player equipment changes. Let's turn that off. Okay, inventory and appraisal. Let's do that. Turn off combat messages. Let's do this. Excuse me. I think it was working. The full log doesn't filter. Well, let's, I guess we'll find out. Because I turned off, let's review what I turned off. So if we see these messages, we'll know that it's not working. So, combat messages, so you hit the guy, we shouldn't see that. That should be very obvious if it's working or not. Let's go ahead and drop this, put this here. Peep. Is my VSync on? I'm wanting to try something. Yeah, it looks great. I think I've mentioned this to you before. While I've been running into this issue where like the game hitches and then it acts a little bit like multiplayer lag, and we think it's attached to the camera smoothing, where I get like pushed back and then it catches up a bit. I'm gonna see if turning off VSync helps that, because I was thinking about that the other night and I was like, maybe that would help. Oh, this is a bug. So I made an adjustment to the video options, and now my controller prompts are gone. It thinks I'm in mouse and keyboard mode, so there we go. I just have to move the mouse to select something, and then the game remembers. So that's just a bug. I pressed the wrong button. Sheridan's got that one fixed? Okay, that's great. Had to get off the couch when I played on my TV when I found that one. Sad times. Yes, we're all mourning you getting off your couch. I'm still upset about it, frankly. Hey, I don't know if I've ever seen this variant in the flesh. Looks good. It's just a nice, simple mines room. There's nothing wacky going on. It's nice to have some rooms where nothing wacky is occurring. And this is... Huh. So I'm trying to inspect these spikes, and it should say you see spikes in the pit or something. And in the log... Okay, it says... Oh, so that's an interaction. Okay, so it looks like the settings are working, because I thought this was a world message. Okay, but it's not. That is an interaction message. Okay. And it's not an inspection either. Okay. Interesting to know. I wonder if decor observations should count the same as world messages. Or inspections, because you're not throwing a switch. Interacting with a decor object does not change anything ever. So it doesn't really make sense to be attached to interaction messages. So yeah, now it's, you see deadly spikes at the bottom of the pit. We're gonna drink water because as a skeleton we need to stay hydrated. That's a floor decoration. Yeah, it's a decor model, just like the signs are and like the skulls are. Okay, awesome, Ben. I mean, sorry, excuse me. Good to hear. Oh. I saw that face. What category? Well, as I said, I think either diegetic or inspection. So inspection is like when you point at something in the world that's far away and you select it and it tells you what it is. But diegetic messages, those are for when you talk to NPCs. Where's diegetic message? Oh, world messages. Such as speech and text. I don't know of any other context other than NPCs where that's used. So it would make sense if signs qualified, and signs are just decor objects. So, but it is giving you inspection style feedback. So it could fit into either. Because of signs, I would be tempted to say that this should go in world messages. Okay. Fair enough. Are you listening to the monkeys right now, Ink? I don't know why you're shouting you're a believer. Okay, well the good news is that I discovered I was wrong, or I was playing with a weird build. And, oh hey, look what I found. Yeah, which one is less likely to be filtered by players? I feel like the diegetic messages such as speech and text is like, I don't know. Because that's what signs are. Talking to a sign is so much like talking to an NPC. I don't know, that's just the first thing that comes to mind, is because that's what I use for signs. We need that. Well, we're going to have a different solution for signs, though, aren't we? That's just not implemented yet. If we have a different solution for signs, then these would be inspections. And I think you're right that they should be inspections if signs have their own behavior. Like, you shouldn't be able to turn off looking at a sign with our new solution, because we're going to show you a picture of the sign with text on it. That's not a log message anymore. So, unless we cut that feature, and I was unaware of it. Let's get rid of this cursed alembic. This cursed juice. Never mind. I'm a skeleton. I can afford to be drunk. So we have a big room in the center I haven't touched yet. I mean, so far this level feels a lot less complicated than previously. I've gotten rid of probably like 80% of the complicated gate lever interactions. And so far this level feels like all the good and none of the bad for what we had before. I don't want a book. What happened to my controller? Okay, well that was weird. Okay, I fixed this. So this trap was always facing the wrong way, and I fixed that. I don't know what happened to that and why it was facing the wrong way for so long. I kind of wish one of my other variants had spawned, but it was nice to test that fix and make sure it was working. Man, look at all this gear. Just got dropped by all these loser skeleton idiots. I know this variant. Nice work. Oh, of course, and I can't get to this. Ooh, Force Bolt. I'll read that. Ooh, an excellent bronze mace. Not quite as good as my blessed mace yet, but when it runs out of durability, I will be happy I have that extra mace. Let's go ahead and eat this bread, and I'll eat all this cheese. And I'm eating this apple right now. Man, I'm like a little, It's still like... That junk over there is calling me. I want it so bad. It's doing exactly what it's supposed to do. Make you wish you had a Joker in the party, or an insectoid, or a merchant. And look at that. The entire level was accessible with nary an blocked off problem zone. Why the hell did... Okay, that's normal. Never mind. What happens... Okay, so there's still no way to remove items from your hotbar. Press A. Oh, clear slot. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Thank you. So if I... Okay, but I can't do it from here, which I suppose is fine. My pet hungers for human flesh. What a pity if you should be here when he arrives. Oh, a skeleton. Whoa, two. Whoa! I can't afford this. Here, get him, boys! Oh my gosh. Holy cannoli. Loose spiders just here wrecking my stuff. Oh, it's Shelob, no wonder. He killed my everything. Dude, Shelob wrecked my slime and my ghoul and then me. Killed by Shelob. Alright, let's do that again. This skeleton, he died too young. By the way, Wall, did you replace this table with one that had no chairs on it, just out of curiosity? Because that was something I definitely noticed. Or maybe Sheridan did that. Is that the new HUD for the game? Yes, it is, Isma. It's not released to the public yet, but it is available to our private testers. It's almost done. There's a few things that are missing. But after 2 years of work since our Kickstarter, this is where we're at. So, all new gamepad support too. It's turned out really good. I really enjoy playing on the gamepad. Oh, hello, Succubus. She Squeam. Looks amazing. I agree. It's really worked out well. Negative, I think it's random. I'm sure that was in response to something I said, but I don't remember what it was. That's okay. Ooh, a locked door. Oh, the chair situation. I don't know. Since the latest, what, 2 builds that I played on, that table has not had any chairs on it, which is like, it's been something I've been noting, because it used to be that it would always have chairs on it, and now I don't see it with any chairs at all. I'll check in the editor when I get a chance. Yeah, this is way better than the previous version of this room. The previous version of this room was a lot more obnoxious to deal with. I'm glad I corrected it. Alright, why don't I go look at that right now? So we're gonna open up the start lamp. Why can't I find my start.lmp? Let's just type it in. Oh, well, yeah, it says it's random. But I swear, dude, I mean, whatever. Survivor bias, it could be just that the last 3 times in a row it's been none. But it feels like the last 5 or 6 times in a row it's been none. So this is weird. Fixer game, lol. It's funny that start level is not showing up in my browser. I can't arrow up. I'm gonna check my files real quick to make sure it's all there and something weird isn't happening. Start at LMP, last modified in late May, so it wasn't one of my, this isn't some custom change I did. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. I mean, I'll call it out. If I die again, I'll call it out. Actually, I'm gonna die on purpose to keep testing the mines for a little while. We currently do not have any plans to redo the level editor UI so that it's accessible on a controller, which is what we need to do in order to make it usable. I think that all of us would agree that it would be awesome if your average console gamer could just go and make levels, and then, you know, we'd have like a Mario Maker like system that, you know, you could share levels with your friends. Like, that would be so sick. I would love that. I can't think of literally anything like that on consoles right now for a first-person dungeon crawler. Just nothing like that exists. Maybe the closest I can think of is Doom of 2016 had Snap Map, and you could make you know, first-person combat dungeons and play through them in co-op with friends. Like, Snap Map was dope, but it would be a lot of work for us to overhaul the editor so that you could use a gamepad in it. Let alone all of the sort of online systems we would have to build in order to, you know, host maps and get them to be shareable. Hello, you. Oh, no. Okay. Hey, you. Come to Butthead. Come to me. Walk into this. Good boy. Ah. That was risky. Always being seated as 0. I knew I wasn't crazy. The RNG makes it 0 chairs. So that's because of the new randomization seed system. Some fallout from that. That's really interesting to know. I got opening. Controlling goblins. Alan O'Gaffening to the bullpen party of Minetown. My camp was recently attacked by a band of goblins. Everyone was killed but me and faithful Alex, who was able to snatch the last of the potatoes before we slinked away. These weren't just ordinary goblins. They were led by a human. He danced like a fool and was dressed like one too. The goblins who followed him seemed enamored with his whimsy, but there was a method to his madness. As he sang and danced, he would gesture toward priority targets. The goblins, normally separable with simple strategy, were unified, and they cut down our strongest men. With no experience in organized tactics, we were helpless. But on reflection, I see we were just weak. As we fled the swamps, I spotted their leader again, sneaking upon another goblin and convincing him to join the warband with a whisper from behind. After failing to mourn, my nightmares have produced a prouder path. Alex will return to lead the campaign through the mines. I'll be making my way into the ranks of the goblins. This could prove to be difficult. They have a foreign political system and communal system that I'm going to have to weave my way into, and then take over as their king. It's going to be messy, but as with every other political revolution, the mess is worth the outcome. We will grow our potatoes in the moist earth to feed our ever-growing army. Bullpen party members of courage, prepare yourselves. Your time is now. Alan. Slap it on Sheridan's desk. Maybe we got lucky before the RNG rewrite. Windows would always generate some chairs on 0 map speed. Honestly, just 3 or 4 chairs in the air. Yeah, that'd be fine. Look, it's not that I missed the chairs. I was just curious what caused the change. You know, if this isn't some deeper problem with the RNG, then we can leave it at 0 or put 1 or 2 chairs there. You know, honestly, a table outside is already a little bit, I don't know. It's not like it makes more sense if there's chairs around it, you know. So I read that book to you guys because I'm a skeleton, and I can take my time to read because I feel like it. But that's also one of the books that I've revised, and I revised it with the intent to have it hint at some game mechanics, such as when you're a master leader, you can recruit goblins, goatmen, and insectoids by talking with them when they are not in combat with you. And so I was trying to expose that there in that book. Also, there's like needs a barbecue grill with chairs for some hot dogs. That's a great point. I don't know why we didn't have that already. Hey, it's this room that I haven't gotten a chance to test yet. Okay. Oh, you know what? I put this table right here But it would actually be fine right there. It wouldn't be blocking anything. Oh well. It's already moved. It's not like I need it there. And then over here I can see there's a chest. So how do I get the chest? Wanton destruction. That's the closest thing Justice said to a shrimp on the Barbie. You know, in private conversations, Wall and I have discussed this at length. The whole shrimp on the Barbie thing. It's very important to us. Wish my bed was next to a void. If it's not... if it's not obvious, the intention here is that this is supposed to look like a storage platform of some kind. So a bunch of furniture and crap, including this chest, just got pushed out onto this platform. It's not supposed to look like a place where you would go to sleep, really. Some of the prison cells look like they've just been stacked with furniture, too. Oh, IKEA backrooms. Yeah, that's it. You got it. Exactly. I mean, one of the things that, you know, we've been talking about adding is, like, breakable junk to the environment that the player can just hack through. And so, like, if I'm being honest, the reason why I put that stuff there is kind of in service of the same idea. I like the idea of breakable junk in the environment, and that's just what we have now. So if we get that stuff in, I would probably replace some of those items with sacks and crates and whatever else we can get in. I knew you'd be coming. Ooh, I'm 7 XPs away. 7 XPs from my next level up. You know, I should fix the base map. I see these things clipped. I'm going to open this up so I remember to do that. I don't know how I made that mistake. It's a pretty stupid mistake. Mine, 0, oh, just mine. This is what we want. And then we'll shift up to this layer. Oh, I know what's happening. Right? Do I? Let's go back to the game and see where I'm at on the map. So I'm on the bottom right corner. So the room is carving out. No, I made mistakes down here. These shouldn't be like this. Or no, this one's correct. No, these are all correct. So what is happening is I tried to get clever with how I set this up, and when the map like burrows stuff away so that it can show rooms, some of these blocks get eliminated and then they just look wrong. And so I should try to be less clever, because yeah, this level looks right, and it's just that every time a room gets placed near one of these edges, it eats away one of these blocks and then it looks wrong. So you know, c'est la vie. I'll just have to use a more generic texture, unfortunately, because I notice this all the time. Like, most times I play Barony, I run into one of these dirt walls that looks like this, where the beam is cut off halfway, and I'm like, man, why does that keep happening? And I know exactly why it's happening, and I should just fix it. I should just fix it. What's this lever for? Oh, it's for those guys. Confusion and booze. Acid. A spell book. I will be able to learn that unless it's cursed. Light. I get to learn the light spell. What a privilege. Okay. Oh, okay. This is the first time I've gotten to do this room. That was nice. It's just a normal room, but... What's the map number for the small corridor room? 27, I believe, is what I typed in the chat. 26. And then 26B, C, and D, I think all have doors on the edges. And then 27 is the vertical version of the same thing, and it has all those same variants, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, hello. Why does this lever do nothing? Or is it doing something? I need to fix this room. This doesn't function as expected at all. Yeah, make a note to myself. Ah, crap, what? Wall. For the doors, your submap is 2x2. The door thinks it's west facing and not north. That's strange. Why would it think that? I mean, you don't have to explain it to me. I'm just curious. Since it's on the top left corner of the submap. But the door itself tells you what direction it's facing, right? Like, it shouldn't be up to the placement. Door remover 3000 tries to guess which way you exit a room. Oh, it does? That's really funny. I thought it was... I mean, because the rooms are already directional, I assumed the way that it would work is it would just look at the tile to the front and back of the door according to the way the sprite is intended to face, and just delete the wall if there's not empty walkable space there. It doesn't check the doors. That is incredible. It's like reverse logic. That's so funny. Okay, so in other words, it would work if... Ow, don't. Oh, look at that. You got a ghoul. Oh, no. So it would work if I had placed the doors differently. 3x2 and see if it removes itself. Yeah, good thought. Good thought. If that's the case, I can definitely weave that into how the room is designed. Kind of important to know. Oh my gosh, that does no damage. Yeah, get him. Get him, boys. My dang guys just got themselves killed by being stupid. Yes, let's do Force Bolt. Poison? I can't read poison. I'm not even going to bother picking up a decrepit bear trap. It's just going to break as soon as I attempt to use it. Speaking of which, ha! It worked. I need some more torch A's. Excuse me. A human flesh. It's good to be a cleric. I'm oversatiated. Whatever shall I do? Just by drinking water and juice and beer as a skeleton, I've gotten satiated. So we got a human and a spider, and the spider wants to kill the human, predictably. him to pick up the door gen of the corridor. I'm gonna have to look at it. Okay, so now it works properly. Okay, well, I will go through and change those 2x2s to, what, 3x3s? Or 3x2s? And then if it's in the center of the 3x2, is that when it works? Let's just go ahead and escape the Zat Brigade, because I'm going to die if I don't. Yep, and the holes in the wall need to be surrounded by... The holes in the wall need to be surrounded by walls. Oh, the holes for the door that I place. So there needs to be a wall on either side of the door. That makes sense. That's a logic that is perfectly understandable. Okay. So after I die, I'll go ahead and... The thing was designed without submaps, like you'd never put a door on a map corner, so just check they aren't in corners in a submap. Hey, what's up, Kapler? Good to see you. Skulls of my dead brethren. I might keep that warning. Oh, and regeneration. Because if I can find uncurse. Look how oversatiated I am. I like how, I mean, oversatiated really means absolutely nothing to a skeleton, and so, I mean, obviously this is a bug as far as anyone is concerned. You know what's funny, Wall, is that I could have sworn, I mean, it's impossible to tell if, without looking at a map seed, if the generation that occurs is a result of, you know, the door maker 5000 working properly, or if it's just a coincidence in the map. And so I remember playing the other day and seeing a doorway in one of these hallways where there was one of those closets on the other side, and I was just like, did Wall fix this, or what? What happened? But it was probably just a different hallway where I happened to meet the criteria. The map looks futuristic. Which map? Oh, the blue one. You mean the bottom right, the teal background and stuff? I feel like it looks like a sci-fi HUD. Just threw up on the shopkeeper. He's my friend. I barf on him. Well, it stands out a lot better than the orange because, you know, the brown floors and stuff, which is, I think, why we settled on that color. We feel pretty good about that color, but I can totally understand what you're saying. That teal is very sort of evocative of a... of like what a sci-fi HUD would have. I totally hear ya. Oh my gosh. Okay, shop closed. Probably because there was a character in my way. We should probably make sure the shop eats inputs or something. I feel like I've seen that problem in other forms before. The Doorinator 6000 punches holes in adjacent rooms without the need for a physical door sprite. Yes. I think I was aware of that behavior. That's actually one of the reasons why I... So when the game first shipped, every single room had a hallway going around the room, which meant that rooms never generated contiguously. It also meant there were never spots that you couldn't get to in the map. Because I went through and modified every room and basically got rid of those hallways, it meant you know, rooms could generate in a little bit less, you know, so that the Doorinator 6000 could actually do its job. And now we only get edge cases, at least with the new map updates here, where we have full blocked off areas. Because I love that rooms can be dynamically connected if with the level generators doing its job. I think that's great. All right, I can sell these. Why not? Things at the merchant seem to lie on the shelves. It's very beautiful. Oh, yes, the new UI. You know, my outline, Matthew's pixel art, and Ben's programming. I think it all came together really well. It looks great, in my humble opinion. So humble right now. Oh no. Okay. All right. I'm gonna hang around this town for a little bit. I'll recruit you as my last recruit option. Hello. Now I don't think I'm gonna do any more selling. What ate the input at the shop? It was a follower that I had recruited coming in between me and the shopkeeper. So when I sold an item and activated the leadership menu, the command menu. I trust that is concise enough of a description of what occurred. Oh, right, I'm a human, so I can get hungry. I have 6 more bottle of water. Thanks for letting me know of how to fix that problem, Wall. I will go ahead and take care of those hallways accordingly. I believe they are the only instance of this problem because of the 2x2 issue. Makes tons of sense. Now I know I can easily avoid it in the future. Okay, so I'm hungry, and I'm going to turn back into a human, or into a skeleton, rather. And my hunger, in theory, should go away along with my penalties. And I don't know if that's going to happen, but it should. Oh crap, I'm starving. Gain some trading skill. Oh, did I have a moldy... Oh my gosh. Okay, that counts as an inventory action, and so I didn't see it. Or a status action. That's on me for turning it off. Man, my polymorph potion is lasting for freaking ever. Is my regen still bad even though I'm a human? No, it's not. 1 HP every 12 seconds. I believe that's normal. Well, my polymorph ran out at the worst possible moment. And all of my humans got bodied by that shopkeeper. Oh well. I think some of you have watched me stream on occasion have seen this before, but I put another little secret into Minetown. This is gated by digging, or if you have strength, you can get 3 fully stocked chests, as well as crystal shards, if that's your thing. In fact, I'm going to replace my torches with crystal shards because I don't need to replace my torches anymore. Gloves that I certainly won't use. Let's... Oops, didn't mean to do that. Let's try tinkering. So do crystal shards just not break? No, they break extra fast if you use them to defend, but they never break if you only use them to light your way. And they're dimmer than torches. So they're not directly superior to torches, but if you just need a light source, they're great. Oh, as a light, yeah. Correcto. Yeah, these are dexterity gloves. I picked them up because I knew I would tinker them. Dropsy. Can't read that. Excuse me, can't read that yet. Because of my water breathing amulet, I got through that very easily. Scroll, I'll consume that. I don't think I can consume that one. We got a human over there. In game, the crystal shard doesn't really help, but it hurts your stealth. Is that supposed to be? I mean, it does help. It makes light. Makes light. I mean, I'll go over here into this very dark area. Oh, except for there's torches in it. Let's get rid of these torches. Okay, so here's with the crystal shard. Here's without the crystal shard. I mean, it puts light on you, and when you're lit up, it makes it easier to detect you. So if we go to the stealth skill, like nowhere do we ever claim that the crystal shard, like, doesn't make you visible. It's just a dimmer light, and so it's less likely to make you visible because it's less light on you. So visibility reduction, sneaking bonus, current visibility 4 tiles. Okay, so if I'm with sort of a standard monster perception, they can see me at 4 tiles away with this torch. And then if I open the skills list again, now I have to be 1 tile away for them to see me. But, you know, I can see a good 3 tiles further with the torch out, or the crystal shard out. So that's the expected behavior. It's funny, there's so many rumors that come out about the game where people just kind of assume how it works. And I'm not accusing you of this. I think it's like even on the wiki or something. Somebody just makes an assumption about how the game works, and then they declare it as canon, and then that rumor just keeps getting spread. And you know, it was never our intent to make it so that it didn't impact stealth. Yeah, the fandom wiki. Yeah, somebody made something up. You know, people will claim all day as well that that spears have longer range. No, they don't. They don't. We never claimed they did, and people are just like, yeah, dude, spears are great because they can hit from further away. And it's like, no, you probably just attempted to hit a guy from further away than you thought you could, and it worked, and so because you were using a spear, that's why you thought that. But that's the thing about roguelikes. Like, this is why I'm not mad about it, is because we're deliberately cryptic about everything. And so when players see something happen and they try to figure out the reason why, all they can go on is their assumptions to figure it out. So one of the things that'll be helpful is all these new tooltips and the compendium. It'll make it painfully clear how everything works once you discover it for the first time. It makes sense if they had a tad more range. Maybe Command Ops. Like, it really depends. So let's talk medieval war history, all right? So spears, one of the most used weapons in human history. Spears are awesome. Everyone loves them. And definitely if you had a big pike that was designed to stop cavalry or something, where you'd stand up in a trench and you would just like buckle down. It would be like, you know, a 12 or 8 foot long pole with a spearhead at the end of it, and the horses would come onto it and you could just kill them and they would never get close to you. Those kinds of spears definitely existed. A lance, like a mounted lance, definitely. But like a one-handed war spear that you might wield like this, you know, the way that you're going to get the most leverage and jab with it is, is you're holding the spear in a way that's balanced. So even if it's got a long haft, you're still only about holding about halfway in your grip, and you're thrusting, you know, with really just the length of your forearm plus however long the spear is. So it would 100% depend on how long the spear is. Even if a spear is twice as long as a sword, you have to hold it in the middle if you're wielding it with one hand in order for it to be balanced. You're not holding it by the end of the haft and poking from afar, like if you're trying to poke like poop on a stick or a dead body that you found in the river. So, you know, I like the idea of spears that have more range, that are designed that way, but I don't take it for granted that all spears would have more range than all swords, you know? A short spear is like a normal way. Small question. Getting a new shirt, using a company that picks turning wheel might if I made a shirt with the twins emblem. Power is always waiting. You know, if you did your own art for it, and you know that's your original unique design, then I don't think that we can. I'm not saying we would, but I don't think there's any reason why legally we could come after that. You know, it's your own original artwork. You're not using anything that's a trademarked phrase. Like, you can go and cosplay as the twins, and we could come after you for that. So I think I can't think of a reason why that would be bad ink. Pole arms and barony, except for quarterstaff and halberd, look like short spears. Yeah, the halberd is definitely like a weird one. Like, it's not, you know, a halberd would almost always be an anti, excuse me, it's almost always like a siege defense weapon or a cavalry defense weapon is what something like a halberd or a bec de Corbin would normally be. And you know, we just have halberds because they're in real life a very powerful spear that people know of. But the model length isn't really more than the other spear models. It's just a standard halberd would be. And so it's justifiable to think that maybe it should have some more range. Like, I'm not against the prospect that it might have more range. It just doesn't. If that's fair. Part axe and part spear. Yeah, I mean, it was my call to change it visually. I think that is it I don't recall if it's called a halberd in the game or if it's just called a steel spear. But if we were concerned about the weapon type stuff, what I would do is I would go and change the art to make it look more like right now I believe the crystal spear looks like a halberd, or not a halberd, but a trident or something. So I might go back and try to make the steel spear look like a fork or something, like a dual spear, instead of trying to make it look like a halberd. Because really, my goal in changing the art was not to make it so that it would have axe type effectiveness. I just wanted to make a cool, powerful looking steel pole arm. So yeah, if it came to making a decision about what we do with the game balance, I would just change the art. Like the idea of a steel fork? Yeah, that's cool. I was thinking of doing a more colored and shiny version of the twins' first kill achievement. Yeah, I think that's great. I think that would be a great emblem. It's definitely sort of the geeked out, like, if you know, you know kind of stuff, which I think is great. I love that stuff. Like, nobody who's never seen the game before is going to know what it is, but if you have, like, you're going to know exactly what it is, and I think that's awesome. I've been in Minetown for about 1,000,000 years because I'm exploiting everything. I'm also waiting for these gems to appraise because I could drink my second polymorph potion and get some money for these gems and not carry them around anymore. That's what I would like to do. And I'm a skeleton, so I don't care about hunger. I just take my time. I forget this one doesn't have a door on it. Dang it. He's gonna wreck me. Okay. I'll leave the stream running. I'll tell you when it's appraised. That's really funny. My appraisal's only 50. Oh, so they're probably worth more than 850 gold? Yeah, it's kind of taking its time, isn't it? Alright. Let's do some alchemy. Because we can. I'm going to brew that and this, and brew it, and then we're going to confuse the booze. And we're going to... I mean, I could confuse the healing potion in order to get more sickness to make more firestorm, but... Of course. Of course. I knew I was taking a chance. One of these days I'll get lucky. No pun intended. Oh my gosh. Is it going to identify? It's not. I'm just going to bail. Let's put our crossbow on our B button here. Close this door. How's my tinkering going? I need to repair my kit. Alright. And I can't craft anything yet because I'm too bad at tinkering. I have a 1 in tinkering. What a joke. Okay, I'm not going over there again. The point of this was to go back and look at look at mines levels anyway. So we don't need to be spending all of our time appraising. I don't know where it's coming from! Oh my gosh, I felt the rumble. I looked at my minimap, didn't see anything. I love it. I love it, dude. I knew I was slow too. If I wasn't wearing that iron armor, I'm guessing I could have gotten out of the way in time. Also, if I was just like thinking a little more clearly, I would have decided to take a sharp right. What I was trying to do is head back to where I came from and take a left into that hallway, which there's no reason to do that. There's no reason to do that. But that's what I tried to do. All right. Well, because I can, let me go fix the mine's problems. I'm gonna go ahead and just take care of this right now, because there's no reason to have this be all. Actually, let's not do it that way. Let's just do it. Let's just do it this way, like this. Because if this stuff gets carved out, that's fine. Actually, what we should do it with is these center post ones. That way, if it gets carved out and one is left behind, then that's what you would expect to happen. Okay, let's do that. Real quick. I mean, this is effectively the same effect it was having already. I just overcomplicated it. Hi, Ink. I got smashed by a boulder. There's really not much more to say about it other than that. I felt the rumble of the controller, which is awesome. It's a great heads up. I could hear gently the sound of the boulder. I looked left, I looked right, I didn't see anything. I started walking forward, and then I saw the boulder coming towards me. And then I turned around real quick using the quick turn button to get out of the way, and I didn't do it in time. I wasn't fast enough. I didn't go the right direction to save myself, and that was that. The old Skeleotron got hecked right in his stupid face. So the good news is that before I do more testing, I have some other things that I need to fix anyway that I'd like to see in action, and based on things that Wall told me during the stream. And so this is a great opportunity to go ahead and fix those things, but before I do any more testing tonight or today. And one of those things, this has actually just been a thorn in my side personally for a long time, that is when these dirt chunks get carved out, sometimes they leave a half a post behind. So you can see that right here. And I designed the visuals of that so that wouldn't be a problem. But when rooms spawn in, sometimes they carve out some of these dirt pieces and leave just one half of a post behind. And it really bothers me. Because to me, it's just lazy and sloppy art, and I don't feel good about it. And I'm not an artistic perfectionist. You know, some people might disagree based on watching me on stream, but compared to other game industry artists, I'm really not that much of a perfectionist. But I don't like making stuff that's objectively wrong. You know what I mean? I'm okay with it not being like the most perfect ideal quality that anyone could do ever. Or if I don't mind using little cheats here and there to get art done faster. But if you look at it and say, that shouldn't look like that, that really annoys me. So I'm motivated to fix this. No sticker of a boulder with glasses. Socks was smushed to bone paste by the cool boulder with Herx laughing. Yes, absolutely. Okay, so we're going back to mine 26. All right, which is this. We're going to... How are we going to address this? We're going to make this a 3x3 is what we're going to do. And we're going to change how the doors are placed so that they're always in between two walls, and that will correct the problem. So, A is, this needs to be, I need to fix all of them, so I'm going to be fixing at least 10 maps here. Because they all need to be 3x3s now. Which is just fine. No real cost to that. I just need to be careful not to make any silly mistakes. Yep, looks like a hallway. Saving that one. Control opening. B. Okay, right away. We have a door that needs to be placed a different way. Oh, and I gotta carve out the wall here. Boom. All right, now we got a successful hallway. Hello, Pegwin. Good to see you. C. All right, we gotta change this to be a 3x3. I'm bug fixing. I'm bug fixing in level design right now. We did some playtesting. I was playing a skeleton cleric who got smashed into a fine paste, which was a fun way to end that playtest, because I had more bugs to fix anyway. So, like, YOLO, as the kids say. And when I say the kids, I mean people who are at least 30. All right, that looks correct. Oh, I gotta turn some music back on, and I'm gonna get rid of my desktop audio. There we go. I actually already knew that they were gems because of their unidentified value. I just didn't know what quality of gem they were, how much they were worth. So this chunk of the hallway is just the version that has no walls. And actually, I might... Not no walls, but it has an exit with no doorway. So... I think to keep it centered in the hallway, I'll go ahead and make walls... here... and here... and then bring this here. So now that it will look like a centered gap that you can escape from in this hallway. E. Oh, and this is the pit. Okay, this is what I wanted to deal with. I did not like this pit. It's getting sleepy. Tell me what else you did on stream and I'll read it. I mean, you can always just go watch the VOD. I'll post it on YouTube. But it'll be here on Twitch as well. But good to have you around. Thanks for hanging. Thanks for memeing. Appreciate the memes and the good times. So in order to correct these pits that I don't think turned out well, I'm going to go ahead and make a bridge through the middle rather than making them completely unwalkable, because at least that'll add some texture to the environment. Let's put, I think a 2 wide bridge is enough. Like somebody just laid some planks over a hole in the ground is fine. Put that on the wrong layer. Hop off. Do you want to fix mine 26 now? And I'll tell you it's okay. I mean, I am fixing mine 26 right now, but you want me to test it first? Here, I'll show you what I so this is the new Mine 26B. Yeah, that's okay. So this is Mine 26B. This is what it looks like now, and I presume this is okay. Would you agree? Okay, great. So I got it. Thanks so much for your looking into the problem. Totally led me on correctly on how to fix it on the level design end, which is great. Love a content solution. And so after I fix 27 as well, I'll just go back and do a little bit more playtesting, so you're not missing much. If you feel like watching how it turned out, you can catch it on the vlog. Thanks for sticking around. It's great hanging with you. Well, appreciate you. You have a good night, or good day, or whatever it is over there. That's a great emoticon. Okay, so we still have a pit with a bridge. I actually really like this. I think that's cool. It's a good alternative to no pit at all, but without the pathing annoyance of having a pit be there. So now we're going to go to 27. It has the same problem. This one's symmetrical, actually, so that should make things a little more look a little better, in my opinion. So we'll save that. Save, and now we're going to open up the first variant, which needs to be corrected, because all variants need to be corrected at the time authority. This is what we believe. That was like a Marvel Cinematic Universe joke. And then we're gonna move this down. Close trace. Perfect. here we have another open one. And because this one is symmetrical, I'll go ahead and let it be open all the way through, rather than the other one that's only 2 wide, so that it could remain symmetrical. Not 100% sure how I feel about that. Because it means the hallway will have, like, you'll go in a door and it'll be open and there'll be a door at the other end. And it might feel kind of pointless. So I think maybe instead what I'll do is I'll make it closed on one side and open, like, something like that. I mean, that's kind of not that different than a door. But I just feel a little bit better about the variety that that offers, so that it's not just, I just think it'd be a better designed room, I guess is what I'm saying. We'll give that a shot. Oh, this is the pit. Okay. So interestingly enough, this room chunk already obeys the rules that Wall revealed they need to follow, and I just obeyed them incidentally. As far as I was concerned, I was building the rooms all the same way, but the rule that they need to have walls on either side of them for them to count as a doorway that then breaks through walls on the other side of the door is something I didn't know, and so this one just happens to be right already, which is super fascinating. I'm tempted to change this one up, but I won't. It's fine. Yeah, I got lucky that time. Okay, so I think we've actually fixed all of the... Oh, no. We had to go find what was wrong with that spike room. What was that, 31? 34? 33? Okay. So there was a spike room that we went into, and it just did not work properly. No, it had spikes in it. That wasn't it. That's a door opener. Okay, let's go back to 32. Okay, it's got to be in 32. Okay. So, it wasn't this one that was the problem. It was the one with the hole in it. This one. This one didn't work. And I don't understand why. Let me get rid of that rock. It's not necessary. I just don't understand why the spike traps in this one weren't working. It's possible that something like a boulder was sitting and setting it off continuously or something. It could also be that this is just a bad idea for a room. Well, I'll save this and get some testing then. What's my favorite Elder Scrolls game? That's a fine question. I mean, the first one I fell in love with was Arena. I did play that when it first came out, and I was a preteen, I think, or just a bit younger than that, maybe. Let me think. Yeah, I must have been 12 when that came out. 11, maybe. And just the the idea of a massive world like that you could just explore and be whatever kind of character you wanted to be, and talk to townsfolk and go into shops and go into dungeons, come back, sell your loot. There's really just nothing really like that. The closest thing were like Eye of the Beholder, but those were like those tile-based dungeon crawlers where you didn't feel so much like you were exploring because you were clicking one tile to the next, and so it just didn't feel as seamless as Arena did, and so that really lit up my imagination. But and don't burn me at the stake, but I think even though there's things that I like about Morrowind a lot better, I think Skyrim has to take the cake as my favorite of the group. And there's a few reasons for that. Like, I don't like in Skyrim how they sort of dumb down the magic system. But I do think it was smart for them to exchange their passive stat system. Previously Elder Scrolls had a stat system that was very much like Barony's. But they never really got around to balancing out what their stats are good for, and that's a process that we're continuing to go through on the team. Like, we all know on the team right now that charisma is the least useful stat. Even if you're a leadership heavy character, it just doesn't have that much value, or a trading heavy character. It's just the moment to moment of the game doesn't demand much use of charisma, and that's something that we have good ideas to fix, and I think that we will improve charisma in the future. But Bethesda always had really weird stat growth systems that didn't make any sense, and it was always the case that you want to max out your endurance first so that you get all these hit points every level, and like it was always janky, and it didn't, like, their stats, they didn't make them work properly in my opinion. So when they simplified in Skyrim and got rid of their stats and replaced it with just improving fatigue, mana, and health, and then instead had this massive perk system where you had to invest in a skill tree, and each one of those skills had a meaningful impact about how you did the action in the game, I thought that was a very, very smart choice. As much of an old school like D&D type guy I am, I am not married to stats as the best way to represent character strengths. I'm really not. I think other people, like for other people, that's kind of sacrosanct. But for me, I'm much more open-minded as a game designer, that there's a lot of ways to solve the problems. And what I care about most is that you give the player meaningful choices that matter. And when you have a dump stat, or where the proper game strategy is to min-max and just ignore one stat because it sucks, like, that to me is not good design. But having a tree of skills that change how you play when you invest in them, and each of those paths is valid for its own reason, like, that to me is nice. So I really respect what it was a bold move, in my opinion, in Skyrim for them to really upset what basically they had been doing since Arena with that stat sheet, and replaced it. Skyrim is more of an action RPG. I like it in Oblivion and Morrowind. I've been playing a little Daggerfall, not much, but it's very funny to see the old graphics. See, yeah, I mean, I think, they're all action RPGs to some degree, but, like, with Morrowind, the fact that you swing and it looks like you hit a character, but you miss anyway, and that's how Daggerfall and Arena are. I mean, somebody could make an argument that that's more like a true quote-unquote RPG because you're rolling dice or whatever, and you hit or miss based on the dice, not on the action. But yeah, it's a real-time game. There should be an action element to it. So if you have a real-time RPG and your stats always matter more than your action, it's always going to feel janky. And like Deus Ex, widely regarded as, one of the best immersive sim first-person shooter RPGs of all time. Even at that time, the reviewers gave Deus Ex crap because if you had a bad shooting skill, you would point right at a target, but your aim would not be precise enough, and so you'd whiff the target. And it sucks. It doesn't feel good. It's not fun. And so, and for me, there's all sorts of different kinds of choices. So, okay, let me put this another way. For me, an RPG is not about the fact that there's stats and dice rolls. That, to me, is not what makes an RPG. What makes an RPG is that you have character growth, and you get to choose what kind of character you're going to be, and the choices you make change how that character plays and how they solve different game problems. And so, like, it's different than a standard first-person shooter, because a standard first-person shooter doesn't have any character growth or character choices to make. Sometimes you might have some choice about, like, what gun you upgrade, but it's not that essential to your character. There aren't, like, dramatically different play styles that you can access based on, how you, like, what kind of gun you choose to pick up. Like, it's the problem, the solution is always the same. Shoot a bad guy with the gun to make him fall down. There's no other solution other than that in a lot of action games. Or in pure action games, I would say. Am I hiding? Am I hiding? I like the choice with all types of stats. Well, I mean, and that's the question. Is like, having the stats, does that give you a better choice? Like, what kind of choices does that enable you to do? Because in, like, Oblivion and Morrowind, what we learned while playing is that only certain stats really matter, and you ignore the rest. Like, things like personality in that game, yeah, they were there, but, they didn't make personality the kind of thing you could rely on instead of combat. You still had to have combat skills. And so when it came down to it, you're going to dump stat into endurance and strength anyway. And so there was, like, a correct way to build a character. Morrowind was better because of its open magic system. Better than Oblivion because of the kinds of spells that you couldn't do in Oblivion that you could do in sorry, I'm playing a video game. Like, I had really crazy Morrowind concept characters that were a lot of fun. Oops, I'm going to take that remove curse scroll. I'm going to consume this. That, like, yeah, I mean, that was sort of the start of Bethesda removing stuff from Magic, was in Oblivion. It's just, like, started to feel a little, I don't want to say dumbed down, that's sort of the common way to put it, but, like just, it's less complicated than it was, in terms of what kinds of valid choices you had ahead of you. And that to me is what it's all about. Is how many choices do you have, and when you invest your character into being good at those actions, that itself is a choice that you get to make. And when you make that choice, does it pay out? Like, do you get results? Is it valid? And I just feel like in a lot of RPGs, it's not. Choices should affect the world and your character. Yeah, that's a good, regarding the sort of blanket statement of, like, that I made of, like, your choices should matter. You know, some games like Mass Effect have taken that to mean, you know, your choices about the story should matter. Whereas I think Skyrim, even though it doesn't have very good story choices, I would argue the story choices in Skyrim are bad. They make the experience worse, humbly speaking. The character choices, like you said, are really good in Skyrim. Okay, so this works. We spotted one of our new hallways, our revised hallways. But like in Mass Effect, your character choices, other than your class at the start of the game, don't really make that much of a difference. I would say, I mean, I'd argue the same with JRPGs in general. Like, there's almost no choices in most JRPGs that matter, especially not to gameplay. Dude, healing? Yeah, and it's actually this topic of choice, like what is an RPG and what is choice in an RPG? Okay. So I did not fix that room properly. Whatever I did with it was not what I should have done. I did not intend to turn those. So by getting rid of the rock, the result of that is that those traps weren't automatically off by default or already spent by default. And so when I walked into them, but I didn't put pressure plates on those. They don't have pressure plates on them. So why did they activate? I don't know what I did wrong with that room. Yeah, Fallout New Vegas, I think that's a great... I think it's... There's a good reason why people love Fallout New Vegas, and it's because of exactly what we're talking about. Not only do your story choices matter a lot, some of those story choices you can only make if you've made certain character and gameplay choices. And so it's like really a great combo of a mixture of gameplay with story choices, which is what I think most people resonates with them about what an RPG is. Like if somebody held a gun to your head and you had to define an RPG, tell me what an RPG is, I think New Vegas ticks all the boxes. The only thing I didn't like about New Vegas is that I just thought the combat wasn't that fun. I was really annoyed when I was excited to play it. I a lot of had gotten hyped up about that game, and I go out and I'm fighting like the first enemies in the game, and I'm sniping these scorpions, these rad scorpions, and I shoot them over and over and over again with this rifle, and they're just bullet sponges. They just don't die. It's like, look, I get that I understand that my skill with this weapon might not be great, but it's still a freaking gun, and it's still the first enemy in the game, you know? That's, you know, going back to Deus Ex, one of the things that game did great is that you shoot a guy in the head with a gun, he dies. That's what you expect to happen, and it's still an RPG. And also your choices matter. You get skill points, your character choices matter, and your story choices matter. So Deus Ex, I still think, takes the cake in a lot of ways about being a great RPG. Even though this sort of thing with your aim sucking when your skill is low, you know, that's a valid criticism. But I'd rather my aim be worse than for guns to do less damage for no reason. Like, if a toddler accidentally shoots you with a shotgun, you die, you know? Just because a toddler sucks at shooting shotguns doesn't mean you don't die when they shoot you with it. And so I think RPGs have a duty to represent that stuff properly, you know? So that's kind of what annoyed me about New Vegas. I really do owe it the time to go back to it. Maybe I should play a character where that wouldn't be a problem, like a melee character, where that sort of dissonance with the game mechanics wouldn't be there. And then I would feel less annoyed that when I shoot something in the head with a gun and it doesn't die. because I'm just punching him. And of course he doesn't die when I punch him. That makes sense. This has been a fun ramble. Like, I love talking about RPGs. Obviously, I'm a video game designer, and I'm working on an RPG, a roguelike RPG that's deeply complicated. Barony obviously completely lacks the story choices element of RPGs, and that's by design. Roguelikes are not about your story choices, I would argue. Hades, I think, pushed the envelope a little bit in making it feel like your story choices mattered, but it's really not. Like, it's based on what character do you give yummy bottles to, and so their story, they tell you more of their story, but you could just keep playing and get all the bottles and give them to everyone. So there's really no choices in Hades either, for story choices, I mean. Oh, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Hades has excellent gameplay choices. Very action-centric gameplay choices, but still gameplay choices nonetheless. So I need to fix that spike room. Honestly, I'm glad that I died there, because otherwise I wouldn't have discovered that problem. But yeah, something is wrong with this room. Why did it go off? You know what? I just had a thought. It could be... No, that doesn't make sense either. I was going to say it could be a boulder or something that caused the spikes to go off. But that doesn't make any sense. Oh, did I leave a pressure plate there? Because there's so many things stacked, there might be a pressure plate under here. There's a freaking pressure plate under here. Oh my gosh. And it's nowhere else. Okay. Alright. Very simple fix. Glad I found it. I have to take a restroom break. In theory, all I need to do now is playtest and make sure all these map fixes are good. And then I'm done for the day. Like, I've fixed all the map problems that I set out to fix. So I'll give you and me a break. Just for a few minutes here. I will be back to do some more playtesting. And make sure that all these levels are fixed. Alright? Again, Garvikin. Yeah, I trolled myself, that's for sure. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Barony definitely has gameplay choices. Like, really fun gameplay choices, in my opinion. I love it. And we're working hard to make sure that all those choices feel good and are valid. That's what we want out of this game, so. Alright. I'm going to stop rambling so I can go to the bathroom. And you guys can stare at this. Alright, I have returned. And we're just going to do some more gameplay. I saved this. It should be corrected already when I restart the game. Let's not be an automaton merchant. No offense to automaton merchants or anything. Automaton shaman instead? Let's do it. Okay, we don't need that here. I guess this is fine. I hear rats. Come with me, before it's too late. Avoid Funny Bones. His jokes are terrible. Alright. The rat did his job of tanking a little bit for me, which is what I needed from him. Succubus. Haha! Alright, alright, alright. We're making moves. Oh my gosh, skeletons everywhere. Alright, I'm gonna use that charm staff to recruit Funny Bones. At least that's what I want to do. Let's drop this. I'll keep all the books for obvious reasons. I'll eat cheese. Let's go ahead and use some mana. My shapeshift is dissipating. Let's eat more cheese. We're trying to eat as much cheese as we can before we transform because I will not get... or it'll fuel my boiler. Okay, you're poisoned. No, I missed. Alright. Okay. I feel like I'm playing the shaman, which is a hard early game class to play as, so I can forgive myself a little bit. And we'll trade out my sword because this sword sucks. Put on that. Oh, we got mail. You've got mail. I had a plan. What was my plan? Oh, I must have... Okay, here it is. This is my plan. Okay, I'm going to find Funny Bones, and he's going to be my friend, whether he likes it or not. No! My plan! I had a plan. I worked for that, and it didn't work out the way I wanted. We're trying that again. I had a plan. Somebody who's not old. A different guy. Alright, we're gonna eat all the torches along the way. Yeah, I know. That was a pretty good death, though. I'm not mad about it. I got surrounded by Skeleotrons. If I was thinking and I had just used the hot bar to put on that charm staff, I could have had funny bones and it would have been so sick. Everything would have worked out as I intended. My plan. Okay, I heard a peep over here. Hello, friend. So many skeletons. Okay, I made a correction to that map. I'm glad to see that functioning. Hey, levitating rat. Haha. Invisible levitating rat. Oh, I need to turn off this music. Now that we got game music rolling. I'm all like on the edge of my seat because of how that went. Ow, really? He got me? What a jerk. Okay, this little bridge thing I think works out pretty well. Definitely better than just a straight pit. Squeak. Come on. No! Man, those skeletons had my number. I might have a misaligned sense of my collision box because of how low to the ground I am. My perception is that I'm very small. But you know, my hitbox is probably just as large as normal. All right, we're doing this again. It's funny, like all these deaths are giving me the chance to see a lot of my little map revisions. It's just I'm panicking so much that I'm not really, you know, focused on them. Which I suppose that's just fine. Be my friend. Rat Camp reminds me of the Rise of the Triad where you play as a dog. Okay, there's supposed to be a door here. This isn't right. This isn't right! I mean, this is why we're doing this testing, folks. I need to go back to map, what? 26? Let me make sure I know the orientation of this map. Okay, so this is vertical. So this is 27 that I made the mistake. 27 B. Okay. It's not this one. Wait. It has to be this one, doesn't it? It's supposed to... It should be 27B. Maybe the door was removed by the game on purpose because there was not going to be any wall on the other side. Because this is correct. This is set up properly. I'm certain of it. So... let's open up 27 again. Yeah. 27C. Okay, this is not the one we're looking at. We're looking at the one with the exit on the right side. It's not this either. Can I confirm it's not this? Can I be certain that it's not this? Oh, it is this. Okay. So this is correct. This is correct. All right. That's the hallway with 2 exits in it. All right. Nothing is broken. Everything is fine. Oh, Funny Bones again. Well. Oh, no. Oh. Oh, my gosh. Yikes. That was a very tight level. Another one joins the fray. I'm following the sounds of rat peeps. Actually, I'm gonna... Never mind. Alright, we lost 1 rat. Get him, Raticus. All right. One of the pleasures of being an automaton is just being able to put stuff on, and if it improves your stats, you just keep it. Because at the end of the day, what matters is, I mean, you can take off junk that is not good, and that's all. So if it improves your stats, it's kind of all you need to know. Yes, Funny Buns definitely has a bone to pick with me. I agree. He's mad. He's got a vendetta. He's chasing me down. Be my friend. Good job. I knew you could do it. Some alchemy. This human's probably in pretty bad shape. I heard a spitter. Beep. Who got spooked? Alright, let's hide in a corner and throw some stuff down. We are an automaton, so we can't puke. So we might as well drink that. Oh, I don't want to drop all of those. I don't know if I should qualify that as a bug or not. That's funny. Both of those were cursed, and I just don't care because I'm an automaton. Like, yeah, it doesn't do as much damage, but whatever. Alright, not to jinx it or anything, but do I finally have a fairly successful run going here? Something to help with DPS, that's right. Here we got the skeleton in there. I feel like there's just less enemies. Actually, I'll keep the apple. I'll eat it when I'm transformed. Okay, so I believe this is the original challenge room. It's kind of unfortunate. I'd like to test some of the newer ones. Oh, whatever. Let's go explore the rest before we bother with that room. I don't think I opened this, did I? Oh, okay. Cursed Force Bolt. I'm pretty sure I can forget spells if I read cursed spells as an automaton, so I'm going to not read that. Well, so much for the rat. Rip, lol. Oh, okay, and I leveled up, and I was hopeful that I would, because then I can go recruit those spiders. Okay, perfect. Alright, now to go into the challenge room. Dump. 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 Okay. I love being a spider in this game. It's so stinking fun. What about the shield rat strat? Oh, like leveling my shield skill? Yeah, I mean, I could do it with torches, I guess. Ow. Ow, I can't afford that. Oh no. Oh my gosh. Okay. Yeah, let's just open this up for him. There we go. Oh no. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh, I see what you're saying. You know, I wasn't really aware of that strat. I'm not surprised that it exists, though. Die, monster. Oh, alright. Man, dealing with that troll was a bit of a saga, but we did it. I like all these pools of webbing just around. Yeah, I think I remember when Wall told me that that he made it so the items that you have equipped will still affect you when you're shapeshifted, but kept in the change, or kept in the fact that you can't equip or unequip those items while you're in that form. Because just otherwise your forms wouldn't be very viable late game, and they really need to be viable late game. I love the webbing knockback effect. It's really good. Who was in here? A boulder must have set off the spikes and killed the human that was trapped in here or something. Use shields to level that up, then just hold my kit to have the extra AC. Yeah. Understood. Perfect. It's fun casting scrap as a spider. Or not scrap, but recycle or whatever we're calling that spell. The apple hit the spot. Oof, I'm really full. The apple hit the spot. What a pity it would be. Also use torches as scrap since the perception stats acts like night vision. Yeah, that might be something we address in the future, but right now perception for, or rather light sources for vision are pretty pointless once you get back into like the labyrinths or so. There's just no reason to worry about it. Oh! Oh no! Okay. He got one hit on me. Oh well. Man, all these spears are every single one of them is cursed. Oh, hey, what's up, human? Come, be cannon fodder for me. Maybe this worn one isn't. Free magic scrap. I agree. I don't mind finding cursed stuff as a mechanist, especially an automaton one. Oh, hey! Blessed. This is what we're looking for. Alright, I still gotta find an exit. Oh no. Okay, found an exit. Can't command him. Dude, that rat is peeping so much. Oh, because he wants to go into battle. Oh, goodness. And we ran into the original version of this level. We got no digging. Well, that's that. Okay, I'm gonna head to the exit because I think if I don't do it now, I won't have time. My human and rat just both got killed. All right. There's a rat running away. Running away, are we? Alright, let's go punch a man. And all these confusions, I don't really need them. I made a small change to this one. I made it so you could go through the corners here, which makes a pretty big difference. Alright, we can take some time to explore this level because we don't have a Minotaur this time, thankfully. Alright, let's go talk to the shopkeeper. Because I'm a good boy. First. There we go. We made a friend. But now we can't go talk to the shopkeeper. I could transform out of this, but I'm gonna wait. Pie. It's funny how much slower the troll is. I could quickly transform into a rat. Another troll? What's up, buddy? Oh, I picked the wrong spell. Oh well. It's alright. Let's, like, eat this mail. There we go. Alright, so there's a human and a skeleton and a... Alright. This is fine. This is fine. Let's go recruit this human. Oh. My leadership improved, so I was able to recruit them. That's funny. I find it funny anyway. I have like 3 copies of Mining My Soul. Alright, now we go shopping. Of course, it's just an alchemy shop, but, like, that's fine. This is a really good alchemy shop. How much money do I have? 260? That's not much. Well, I may not really get much out of this. 24 gold for juice? That's a pretty good deal. And that's a lot more expensive, so... Alright, so we got a ton of juice. Yeah. Okay. So let's take our alembic. And let's go ahead and decant. So now those all take up 1 slot. Oh, do we like water with gas, or do we like flat map? Hey, thanks, Garv. I'm glad you like the new maps for shops. I wanted them to feel unique. This one is supposed to feel like a mix between a bar and an apothecary. So, oh hey, a bottle. So you got tables and tables, but then you got like behind the tables, as though this is the booze counter. Behind the counter, you have all these, you know, shelves, like it's his stock of booze. That's kind of I wanted it to feel a little bit like a bar. Oh, my Olympic's about to run out already. All that decanting. Alright, guess we're doing water with gas. La 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 la. And of course that didn't work. Why would it work? Why would it work? Alright. I spent all my water to get 2 fruit juices, which means I'm in the black. It all worked as intended. Let's eat this dumb book. What is that? I have 800 weight. We got a human in there. Alright, go adventuring. See you later. This guy. He's just on a journey. +2 ring of strength. I mean, I kind of want to keep that. Okay, I've got blindness, confusion. Oh, I can make a firestorm. I'll do one of those. Although it's probably going to ruin my Alembic. Yep, called it. Oh well. Well, I have all these potions and no Alembic. I suppose that's okay. Oh, I dropped those potions there. But I can go sell them to the alchemy shop. I guess I didn't know it was I didn't think about it being an alchemy shop before. No game sound. Oh, thank you for letting me know. That must be very boring. I turned off the music because I thought it was conflicting with the game sound. And I'm sorry about that. Thanks for letting me know. Okay, that properly burrowed a hole in the map. I guess that wasn't one of the problem maps, though. So much better. Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, if the stream ever sucks for any reason, don't be shy to let me know. I'm doing this for you guys, not for me, really. So I want it to be as good as possible. So confusion and booze is nice to have, but I don't have any booze around, nor do I have an Olympic, so I'm just going to sell this. Wow, thanks, Garvican. Appreciate that. I'm having as much fun as I possibly can. Okay, there's a couple of rooms up there we haven't explored yet. I would like to explore them for reasons. Okay. We can open that door and then go around the other side. Right there. My troll's dutifully following me. Let's turn into a rat and speed this along. Oh, I got to crash! Oh, I got to crash. Okay, well, I believe you know, obviously there's rooms that we didn't see. We did see a lot of the rooms that I fixed, and I'll grab the crash log for Wall, figure out what that crash is all about. We don't want any crashes, you know. And I mean, I really didn't intend for that to be a stream-ending moment, but it's end of work day for me. The timing is pretty good. I feel like I got some good playtesting in, so I think we'll call that a day and call it a week. There's a chance maybe I'll be around this weekend to do a little more playtesting for the Lolly Jollies if the mood strikes. You know, the Lolly Jollies. That's what all the kids are saying. What's up, Goth Neopet? Your first time viewer here? Yeah, I was just about to wrap up here. We've done some playtesting. We've done some level design. It's been a good stream. So I'm going to go ahead and export this, put it up on YouTube, and yeah, I guess we'll call it. I saw a video where a man on the last boss blew them up with 107 bombs, and they kept the bombs up to the bosses. He moved real slow. That is an extremely funny video. Hey, well, thank you, Goth Neopet. Thanks for the follow. You're welcome for the stream, everyone. And hopefully on Monday, I'll have some stuff that was fun to stream. I didn't stream Tuesday or Wednesday this week, but I did do the rest of the week because the work those days was just kind of, I thought it was going to be either distracting for me or boring for you. And, but I really do enjoy streaming my work day. I think it helps me and it helps you all as the community for this game. If the mood strikes, it is a good motto. It is. I like it. You know, I'm working for, you know, with a team that, you know, we've built up from the grassroots. We're making games that we want to make. If I can't work or stream the game I'm working on when I feel like it, like, what's the point? Why are we doing this? So, yeah. Anyway, again, cheers. Mad hearts. Love those hearts. Goth Neopet, thank you. And I'll catch y'all on the flip side. Thanks so much for hanging out with me today. I really appreciate it. Be good to each other and be good to yourself. Love ya. Bye.